Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Nordic Pavilion at COP29. This year, we are very happy to welcome you. For the next 45 minutes, we'll talk about youth in urban crisis. I encourage everyone to think about your own experiences and stories, how climate change, housing crisis, mental health, and lack of youth representation in decision-making has shaped the world we live in right now. But my biggest hope for today is to feel a little bit more inspired. My name is Anna-Selin Kroos. I'm the National Youth Delegate of Estonia, and I'll be your moderator. And surprisingly, or not so surprisingly, all the panelists today are women. We'll start from Estonian Climate Minister, also architect, born and raised in Estonia, but lived and studied in Sweden and England, and now living in Estonia with her husband and 4 children. Next panelist is Sadaf Khan, young climate activist, born and raised in India, pursuing her master's in sociology. Also lead of Asia Oceania at Yango, the official children and youth constituency of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Also, very honorable guests, Dr. Emma Lawrence, Climate Care Center lead and mental health lead at the Institute of Global Health Innovation, Imperial College London, the UK. And joining us from live is Tallinn Garaja, indigenous singer and environmental activist, born and raised in the heart of Amazon in the same city COP30 will take place next year, now living in Finland with her husband and daughter. So, our discussion today will focus on 3 main topics: on climate change, housing, and mental health. For each topic, I'll provide some context on the slide and then open the floor to our dear panelists to share their perspectives. Starting with climate change, I will share you a very inspiring story. So when we have our slide on the screen, here's an inspiring story from Estonia. This is Hana, Estonian youngest member of parliament and previous youth delegate, who turned her parking space outside parliament into a small park in just a few minutes. She saved plants from being thrown away and created a space where people could relax. What's amazing is that even those who are still skeptical about climate change ended up using it as a meeting place. Now, I'd like to hear from our dear panelists, starting with Yoko, who is currently finishing her PhD in urban planning as well. What are your thoughts on young people's initiatives like this?
Yes, thank you, Anna-Selin, and thank you for this amazing theme also here in the Nordic Pavilion, and thank you to the Nordic Pavilion for having us. The story of Hannah, I think, is important in very many ways, and I met her first when she came to shadow me as when I was a parliament member, and she was very active, and she was asking me, do you think I should run, or how should which road should I take? And I said, go ahead, of course, do it. And this was only, I think, less than 2-3 years ago, and now she's our youngest parliament member and just about to actually push through our climate law in Parliament. But then this initiative, I think it is also a very good example of how young people have this great ability of making very urgent issues visible. And this is our Parliament is in a beautiful place on a high place in the old town. But it's always had this awful parking lot in front of it. And you come to see the Parliament, you don't even realize it's the Parliament because it's just a bunch of cars in front of it. And people usually stand with their back to it and instead take photos of the Russian church, which is in the opposite side. So this has been, many people have tried to change this. But it's always come down to, no, we have to come with our car and park just in front of it. We are so important, So it's a really silly situation, and Hannah took this in her hand and she actually transformed this. And it was great to see, of course, the great weather in the beginning of spring helped, and everyone gathered. We sat there with the Prime Minister, with Kaja Kallas, now the High Representative in European Commission, and it was really it made people think, because it's about the actual experience. You can talk about urban space all you want in theory, but what makes a change is to experience how space affects us. Like I think it was Churchill who said that first we create space and then space creates us. So I think this is a great example of this. So the actual experience is most important.
And the follow-up question for Yoko, you also studied and lived in Sweden, that's a Nordic country. Are there any lessons from the Nordic ways of city planning that could inspire solutions in other parts of the world?
Well, yes, I think, of course, Sweden has the great advantage of not having been in a war for about 200 years or so. So I think things in space do take time. And to get this kind of coherent urban space, which actually works which is continuous, which doesn't have these cutoffs. So space always reflects political culture, society. So, for example, if you take Tallinn or if you take Berlin, you have all the scars. Also, London has its scars, which from the war, which are filling up with, or have been filled up mainly with new houses. So perhaps we, in the Swedish context, I do think the Nordics in general are very good at combining nature and urban space. I think this is what should reflect our time. We should bring nature back more and more, because without it, the cities will be horrible places. We need to use the nature-based solutions, both for the water management, and I think there also the Nordics are doing a really good job. Of course, this takes a mindset change from the beginning. Instead of building huge infrastructure, you need to go about it in a much softer way. We have David Sim, who is working in Sweden, a Scottish architect who works in Lund, also connected with Jan Gehl's office, and he has the concept of the soft city. And I think this is a very important thing to learn from the Nordics. Thank you.
Now we'll open the mic for the other panelists as well. Do you want to share your experiences?
So I come from a global south, like specifically from India, and like whenever you think about India, the first thing you think like the overpopulation, and this is the first thing and the most disastrous thing, because when we talk about overpopulation, it leads to other problems like the unemployment, the unplanned urban planning, and it leads to the slum development, because we have limited resources, we have a limited space, we don't have that much of a space because of this rapid urbanization, specifically in the cities like Delhi and Mumbai, and therefore we have the largest slum, the name is Dharavi. This is the largest slum of the world, and the most the most horrible thing is that in India specifically, in fact the policymakers do not feel that we have to include the sustainable thing, we have to include the urban planning when we are working on accommodating people. Because whenever I've talked to many politicians, they always come up with the argument like we have to think about other serious issues, and you are talking about thinking using eco-friendly material for building these structures. Like we are facing the issue of accommodating all the people in this city, and you are talking about working on a sustainability thing first. So I think we have to change the mentality also, and we have to include the digital platform, because right now we all are tech savvy, most of specifically the youth section of our country in India and also in the world. So I think we have to give the digital platform to those young people so that they can make their voice heard, because in India we have a app like My Government app. It's like very easy to use, handy, and you just have to install it and you can complain any file you just want to make, any suggestion to the government, you just have to register on it and is done. So I think we have to work on more specialized or more customized app, which I mean according to their demographics, according to their need, so that we can make them heard. And also I think we need to change the mentality first, because sometimes, I mean, we are talking about youth and how can we can involve in the decision making or like the urban planning, but sometimes youth do not want to include themselves because they are busy in doing other stuffs, because they said, what difference would I make if I do something for the planet. So I think we have to think in that way, like if we'll come together, sometimes one and one do become 11, not two. So I think we have to do our bit, we have to do our part, and then we have to work together.
Following up from Sadaf, you're living in India that has the world's second largest population, and you mentioned housing crisis in terms of like, why do we deal with the policy making when we don't, like, youth don't want to be involved because we have to study, we have to work as well and build our careers and families. So I will share the next slide just to give you a new example, and then I will give you the floor as well. So when we see the slide on the screen, the next one, this is from Spain. This June, in this summer, people in Spain were on the streets. Population boom and tourism boom in the cities drives rise in homelessness. Also, over 60% of young people in the country aged 18 to 34 are still living with their parents, one of the reasons being high cost of living. So, are there any policies or initiatives that could address those housing crises in your countries? And I don't have anyone to address this. Maybe Sadaf, maybe you want to comment on this topic. Yes, so are there any like initiatives or protests happening in your country on the same topic, like you don't have the space and you don't have the money to buy your own space?
Yes, obviously, like people are protesting, youth population are protesting. The thing is, though there are some policies and initiatives also by the government, by the NGOs, by the organization, and by the youth itself. For example, like we are facing the problem of climate anxiety. But the thing is, in India specifically, like we still, the most of the population do still think like the depression, anxiety is a taboo, like it's a myth, like there is nothing like depression. So I think we have to make them aware first, like climate anxiety do exist, and we all have witnessed it, we all are facing it. And for that for the same thing, the government is running up an initiative which is Sukoon. It means the relief in English. So it works as a rehabilitation or like a mental treatment or like a counseling center, like where you can dial and like you can say like, I am not feeling well, I'm not feeling myself today because of the noise pollution, and they help you for that. So I think we need to establish or we need to start more initiative like this. And also we have Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. It means Prime Minister Residential Housing Program. So in that the government itself provide the subsidized accommodation to the people who can't afford the accommodation by their own, by using the eco-friendly material. So it's like the partnership between the government and the public enterprise. And it's also like we are interconnecting the issue of climate crisis and the youth involvement, as well as the housing crisis. So it's like we are providing the accommodation to solve the housing crisis, and meanwhile we are also using the eco-friendly material to work on the climate issue. And also, like, I'm from Lucknow. It's like it's near to Delhi, a city from Lucknow. Oh, you've been to Lucknow? Oh, nice. So I'm from Lucknow, and they are running a program, like it's like an online program by Municipal Corporation of Lucknow, where they try to include the voices of youth, where you can go there and work as an like an intern there. So I think we need to include the voices of youth by giving them a platform, and by creating more youth councils and advisory councils which are running by the youth, or like determining a specific quota or reserved place for you so that they can represent themselves, because there are some youth who try to they want their voice to go, to be heard, but there is no platform in India. Second is whenever we talk about climate thing, there are many challenges, because we also want, like, the youth of India, the government of India, they want to do something for the youth, for the upcoming generation, but we don't have that much of funds. We don't have, I mean, I think we need to create more partnership between Nordic countries and a global south when it comes to the institutional exchange. Like, how can we exchange students from Nordic institutions or like the global south to go to the Nordic countries and study there, or like introducing some specific course on urban planning in Nordic institutions. So yeah, I mean, these are some points which we can think when we talk about climate crisis.
Now, moving on to Emma, let's turn an issue that often gets less attention but is deeply intertwined with climate change and lies close to my heart as a medical student as well. It's mental health, as Sadaf mentioned. Climate and anxiety. As we know, youth are on the front lines of both experiencing these impacts. And according to the latest medical research, climate change can lead to post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. You can also use the term eco-anxiety. Dr. Emma, as a mental health expert, what role does the current urban environment play in influencing youth mental health?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a really, really interesting panel so far. And I just first want to note that there were so many points that you both touched on that we could have brought mental health and well-being into. I think all of these issues are very interconnected. When we talk about the housing crisis, when we talk about the climate crisis, when we talk about the mental health crisis, there are often connected causes and consequences, and therefore sometimes connected solutions. And I just wanted to note the example that we started with of Hannah and the parking space, and turning that into a sort of a mini oasis. That it's an example where it enables people to see a positive vision of what the future can look like, also when we take action. And often that's missing from these conversations. We sort of frame it as the costs of climate action, the sacrifice of climate action. But actually it's an enormous opportunity to create a world that is fundamentally better for our mental health and well-being. And so in terms of, to your question on how does the urban environment shape mental health? So I'm not an expert on urban health, but what we know is that young people we know that the world is urbanizing, and that by 2050, 70% of children and young people will live in cities. And the urban environment has, people go there because there's sort of potentially more job opportunities, economic opportunities, and people might be pushed more into cities, we're hearing around the world, because of the climate crisis as well, because their crops are failing, their farms are failing, they're needing to move to the cities for more opportunities. But the urban environment comes also with big risks to mental health, and partly that can be, you know, we have now a ministry for loneliness in the UK. People can be living in cities and surrounded by people, but still very disconnected and socially isolated. But also cities, in terms of the physical environment, some of the pressures that, and it was a great quote that we shape the space, and then the space shapes us, because we know that the environment, we're learning more and more and more how the environment is intimately connected to our physical and mental health and well-being. And so when we breathe polluted air, that affects every organ in our body, including our brain, including our mental health. We know that breathing polluted air is related to higher rates of anxiety, depression, suicide, psychosis, neurodevelopmental disorders. We know that heat, which people can be exposed particularly in very dense parts of cities, and outdoor workers in cities, also in rural areas, but there's a sort of this urban heat island effect, where if we don't have enough green space around, that effective heat can be really exacerbated, and particularly for poor people, for unhoused populations. So there are these intersections, and we know increasingly that exposure to heat is, again, bad for physical but also mental health, and people living with mental health conditions are more likely to die in a heat wave. We know people go to hospital more with psychiatric conditions at higher temperatures, and we know that as the temperature goes up, we see more deaths by suicide. We see and we know that in general, probably if we've all lived through a heat wave, people don't sleep as well. They're and just in general, the population can be more irritable. So these are just some of the examples of the ways in which the environments in which we live shape our physical and mental health. But then what that means is that there is an enormous opportunity when we're thinking about shaping the environments through climate action to create the foundations for good mental health and well-being. One of the most potent things we can do for good health physically and mentally is social connection. And there was a big study recently by colleagues led by Professor Pamela Collins from the US, working with young people, surveying experts and young people around the world on what would constitute a mentally healthy city. And that was at many different, the answers are at many different levels, from sort of skills for young people to learn at an sort of a personal level right through to overarching policies. But one of the big things that came out was around creating spaces for in-person social connection. And, you know, we talk about social media, etc., but part of that is also, you know, when young people are on social media, what are they not doing? They're not in-person meeting, they're not connecting to nature, they're not being out and about, but are the environments they're in conducive to those experiences? Are we giving them opportunities to be in those spaces, to be connecting with others, to be connecting with nature? And, you know, Hannah's example is one example of that, of how we can have small shifts that have these multiple wins for helping people have more exposure to green space, have more connection to each other. And those things are what we need for climate adaptation and mitigation as well. And we sort of separate out adaptation and mitigation, but often they're intimately connected themselves. You know, we, by having, greener cities, that is part of mitigation, but it also protects us from some of the effects of like the urban heat island, etc. So I think, yeah, fundamentally, climate action is an opportunity to reshape our cities in ways that are better for mental health.
I love all those ideas. Sadaf, do you want to?
Yes, I mean, I just want to add some point with her point. Like, it's impressive. Like when we talk about like how we can deal with the climate anxiety, I think apart from socializing, we also need to focus on creating more green space and more recreational spaces for the people or the young youth of the country. Because in India, when I talk about India, we always think like we have to accommodate people only. No, whenever you are accommodating, think like, is there any recreational place nearby, is there any green park, is there any greenery? Because it's not always about accommodating or the roof under your on your head. It's also about like the space. Is that place is accessible to public transport? Is that place is accessible to the facilities like the hospitals, the stationery for your kids, everything? So I think whenever you are accommodating people, you have to think about surroundings and green space. And like in India, we have, there are so many places where people are living like congested without any ventilation, because they are daily wage earner, they don't have that money to shift themselves, and that's why they are facing the problem of climate anxiety. So I think we have to focus on that, and some initiatives are working, like creating green corridors and creating the green corridor hubs in India, but I think we have to focus on this aspect also.
We also have one virtual guest today. So I will give the floor to Tallinn Karaja, who is born in Amazon but lived in a little city named Salu in Finland for the last 2 years. And Tallinn, if you can hear us, how do you compare the Nordic way of living in a city with your home in the state of Pará, which is also the location of the next COP30?
Moika, Tere. Hi, everyone. It is very different. I see a lot ambiental conscience in Finland, and the climate is very different, because in Amazon rainforest is very hot, and humid, and have a lot of sunlight all the time. And in Finland is very cold. Sometimes it's -20 in winter and dark. But I like so much Finland, and I learning a lot with Finnish people.
But in terms of like, we are talking about urban spaces. You're living in a little city, so to call. Salu is almost a city, I would say. And in the heart of Amazon, you only have your community. So when you compare those two, are there any differences? Like, which one do you like more? What are the examples that maybe Finland can learn from Amazon and vice versa?
The difference in the Salo and my community is because my community is in the middle of the Amazon, and people is a little bit more open, but we don't have a mind like Finnish people for recycler and looking for ecosystem with respect. In Finland, I see this. In my village, it's like this too, but don't have a lot ambiental conscience. And in my city, Santarém, Pará, we see a lot trash on the river and the trash in the forest and the city. In indigenous village too, you see a lot trash because don't have education for ambiental education. And we need this. And I see in Finland, in Salo, with my baby, she have this ambiental education. She don't put trash on the floor. She have a lot careful with animals from forest and a lot love for nature. I see this in Finland. People in Finland love a lot nature, and they go to Metsä for forest for for walking in the forest and stay all the time together with nature. This is a big difference. And not my village, but small cities from Amazon.
Thank you, Tallinn. So I see your point is about how different regions in the world and also different people have different mindsets about nature, the space around us. And also I love the way you raised the topic about your daughter, who's also half Sami, half indigenous from Amazon. So this is like a very cool way to raise your kids in the future as well, just to put them in different environments and see how people grow up when they grow up in an urban space that's different from for example, when you compare Amazon and Finland, for example, there's so many differences how you can raise your kids as well. So just to raise the topic. But Yoko, do you want to add something?
Yes, I think I think these issues are for me so interesting as an architect, but now more working on a sort of broader scale. But I thought about I have 4 kids and they're all from between 12 and 22, so sort of teenagers, young adults. And my older daughter, who's about to be 18, she said once to me, like, have you thought about this, mother, that we don't have this third space anymore? That if there is this concept, because I'm an architect, we often talk about these issues also. That's maybe why she knew this concept, even that if there is work and home or school and home, there always used to be a third space where you could meet together with people in a sort of leisurely way, exactly like Emma was also mentioning and you were mentioning. That and then Herta said that nowadays the third space is everyone's bedroom with their phone, and it's actually a very lonely place. So I think it is our responsibility, all of us who in somehow either make decisions or work with space, create space, to really think about creating these spaces. Because before we used to need to go to these spaces. We used to do some, what you do now digitally, you needed to go to the city, you needed to go to the square to get the news or to buy your food. Everything is now moving more and more into the phone, actually. So it is essential that we create places that make people come together in a smaller scale, also bigger scale, because there is this aspects that people need, both the privacy but also the communality. So both these need to be catered for.
Emma?
Yeah, just very briefly to add, there was, and again, I'm not an expert in this, but there has been research looking at the sort of weak ties that we have in society. We often think, and the quality and the strength of our closest social relationships are hugely important for our health. But actually, all those weak ties, like when you go and buy a cup of tea or coffee or something or a snack or whatever from someone, and you have a small exchange, and those were all the things that broke down in COVID, for instance, and people really suffered. And those things of just talking to someone on the bus or whatever, those can be hugely helpful. But as you said, when you can, it's amazing the convenience that we have, but when you can get everything just to come to your house, you don't go out, you don't have those small interactions. So I just wanted to add to that point that there is research about that. And just a point I wanted to sort of drop into the conversation more broadly, one of the things that I see as intersecting a lot of the things we've been talking about also with the housing crisis that you brought up before is fundamentally about inequality. And one of the things the Nordic countries have been really good at doing is trying to make more equal societies. And of course, there's been, they've been in a good position to do that. But we see that the countries that have lower inequality, that are more equal, have lower emissions and also higher well-being. So there is this relationship, and these kind of common causes and solutions. When we talk about like not having resources in certain places, in certain countries, it's not because we don't have the resources as a world, when we, or sometimes even the resources within countries. In the UK, there's now more food banks than cinemas. There is a lot of poverty even in places like the UK, and children who aren't getting enough food even in places like the UK. And that's not because the UK doesn't have enough wealth to feed those children. So we need to look at like the power imbalances that exist in our society, in our world, and how people, but part of addressing that is people coming together and actually sort of claiming that power, and that needs people again to connect, and that in itself can be good for our mental health. And just wanted to mention, if people are interested, that one of the things we've been working on over the last couple of years was about that connection. It was a Wellcome-funded project called Connecting Climate Minds, and there's a hub, the global online hub, at hub.connectingclimateminds.org, where we've got all of these research and action agendas on climate and mental health, and toolkits and case studies and stories in a collaborate area. But all of that was created by creating communities of practice where we brought people together from all different backgrounds around the world, from over 90 countries, including work led by young people, where they organize their own dialogues, their own conversations, their own agendas, their own declarations. And honestly, it's amazing once you just like give a small amount of money or investment to, as my wonderful colleague Ayu was saying yesterday, she's like, we already have solutions, it's just we don't have the money to do them. So it's just how we create those fair like financial flows as well, talking at the finance COP, that these sometimes things that only require a small amount of initial investment but can have huge returns, but just enabling that rather than just the rich people getting richer.
We've touched on so many topics, from climate change to housing crisis to mental health, and also how young people can actually change the world. And before, I don't know if the audience has any question, so you can raise your hand if you do. But really, to our panelists. You all have so different perspectives on this panel, and I was just thinking, what is your call to action for people who feel the need to solve those crises we've been talking about? So that could be call to action to policymakers, to young people even, so just to inspire them in some ways, because we only have 5 minutes until the end of the panel, so maybe you can just raise your hand if you have any cool ideas come to your mind, because this panel is about inspiration. Jaka.
Yeah, thank you very much. Call to action is a very good way of ending. I think global, act local is actually what really does work. And also the point about being nice to people on the street. Like just saying it is actually a nice day today, and we do have some hope that we might reach some kind of deal. At least we came together and talked, because that makes your brain feel safe, and we all want to feel safe. And that's the logic of why the Brits are so good at this small talk, and I love it. I love you for it.
Thanks. I'm living in England, but I'm actually Australian, so but I'll take the British the compliment for the Brits.
But do you have any call to action, Emma?
Yeah, I have so many things. Sorry, I think just the power of connection. So don't underestimate the ripple effects that can come from how we show up and how we do things, as well as what we're doing, and the power of kindness. So just trying to reach out in your local space to people who might be from different disciplines, different sectors. There's a lot of, when we see in politics, what we note when we're trying to integrate considerations around health and how the climate crisis is ultimately infecting people's health, but also climate action can benefit people's health, is that at a local level, the budgets are much more easy to integrate as well, that local councils can often do a lot because it's not so siloed as when you go up to like sort of federal levels in a lot of countries. So there is a lot of power in being, people think like, oh, I need to change the whole world, but there's a lot of power at also working on a local scale, but also then sharing that and learning across the world, learning, like you said, sharing from the global north to the global south. So that the more we can connect and listen to each other and learn from each other, I think that's a start.
Thaleen or Sadaf, who wants to go first for the call to action? Thaleen, maybe?
Hey. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Yeah. Rika, you can repeat for me, please?
Yes, I just wanted to ask you, what is your call to action? What do you want people to do on those topics? We were talking about climate change, housing crisis, mental health, and what is your perspective? So what do you want people to do?
Okay. In Brazil, we have the freedom to protest, but politicals don't always listen to us, especially indigenous people. And we fight hard to have our rights. We first need the government to be open to ideas from indigenous people. In indigenous territories, we have a lot of problems. And we have problems with miners, illegal miners. We have problems with deforestation. We have problems with pollution. Yeah.
Pollution.
Sorry, my English.
No, it's okay.
In river. And we have a lot of climate problems because now Amazon rainforest stay on fire and animals die and the babies too, indigenous babies die because have a fire in the forest. Old people die too. And there is a lot of problems, a lot environmental problems in Brazil. And have a lot of people in Brazil and don't believe in climate change. But climate change is real. And I think we can learn with the Nordic countries, because I feel more respect for Mother Earth. It's like indigenous people in Amazon. We like stay in the forest. We like see the rivers clean, but the government in Brazil is hard. Don't listen us. Now, the new president in Brazil want look for black oil in Amazon, petroleum, and this make a lot distress, a lot distress. I forget.
Destruction.
Yeah, destruction. Yeah, thank you. And a lot genocide for indigenous people in Brazil. And sometimes I think, why the governments don't want see Mother Earth safe? Why money talking more high? Because we don't need nothing this. We need the earth, because don't have earth, don't have life. Don't have a river, don't have a fresh water, don't have a life. And we Nordic countries in European, all the European, USA, we need stay together for save the world, for save planet. But the ego is too big, it's too high, and people stay separate and with a big ego and don't want to help the planet, because think is more strong. Nature is nothing. Man is more strong. All the time is like this.
Thank you, Tallinn. These are some powerful messages from the heart of Amazon. Sadaf, do you want to end this on a more, like, maybe some positive to this day at the last day, COP29?
Yes. So, like as I said, we need to increase more participation through representation and by creating more spaces for youth. For example, like recently, like G20 framework, there was Urban 20. U20. So I think we need to create specifically different urban spaces at international organization and international conferences. And second thing, as I said, like climate anxiety do exist, but people from India, there's a large portion of population who doesn't believe that there is thing like a climate anxiety and there is a real issue. But it is, sir. Climate anxiety do exist and we all are facing it. And for that reason, we need to create more awareness. We need to create we need to aware them. We need to create more capacity building programs. We need to train the youth. And like you said, I have to end in a very positive note. So I think because of the climate anxiety, the people are getting more depressed, they are getting more irritated, they are facing the issues, mental issues. So I think the most courageous and the most bravest thing you can ask is to seek for help. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Or like you can ask someone, can I help you, sir or madam? Because when you ask for help, it shows that you didn't give up. you ask for help. So I think you have to ask for the help if you are facing any sort of mental issues due to urban crisis, specifically the men section of the society, because the society has labeled them as an emotional rock or the oak tree of the family. They can't be emotional, they can't be vulnerable, they can't show their vulnerable side. And a study reveals that men are 3 times less likely to show their vulnerable side because of this the symbol we have associated with gender. So I think we need to work together, we have to help each other, and we have to create more spaces for youth and their voices.
Thank you so much for joining today. And I encourage everyone in this room and also somewhere in YouTube to continue advocating for youth, gender, indigenous, and women in your future work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, hi and good morning. And good morning to the ones of us who are listening online, which I hope that a lot of people do. Yeah, I've really been looking forward to this event because I think it's important to think out of the box sometimes and maybe see things in a bit different way than what we're doing right now. And in the end of last week, we saw that there was a letter coming out from the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and a former President of Ireland and the former UNFCCC Executive Secretary. And they came out with a letter saying that the UN climate negotiations are no longer fit for purpose. That was their claim. And whether there's some truth in that or not, and how to potentially solve that problem is what we will be discussing in this panel through the next 45 minutes. So my name is Lise. I'm one of Denmark's 2 youth delegates to UN on climate and environment. And I think that's also a new way of thinking participation in these processes. Not that many countries are having youth delegates, but throughout the last 2 years, we've seen a growth, at least among the EU countries, with 5 new youth delegate programs coming up. So I think there's also some people here who are trying to think out of the box. And in the Danish Youth Delegate Program, we are also doing it a bit differently than some of the other countries, or all of the other countries actually, because we are both covering climate and biodiversity, or climate and environment it's called officially, but that means that we both go to the COPs under UNFCCC and the technical discussions, but also cover the biodiversity COP and plastic negotiations. So that means that we are at least trying to stop this silo thinking and try to see things coming a bit more intersectional with the different negotiations going on. I don't know if I would recommend to go to all of these conferences back to back, but at least I think that's one way to thinking a bit out of the box. And that's exactly what we will do through the next 45 minutes, to think out of the box, to think creatively, maybe see things in a bit different way, because I think there is a need to enhance the effectiveness and the outcomes of these COPs, because as we see right now in the negotiations, things are a bit stuck, so maybe we need to think it differently. So our discussion will bring together hopefully some unique insights from this panel, and there will also be time for the audience to come in with your thoughts. So please prepare yourself for an unconventional, engaging format that hopefully will spark some new ideas. And to do this, I'm honored to have a lovely panel here on stage. We have Sopana Lahiri, you're a rights activist in the Global Forest Coalition. Jess Howie, you are a marketing and social media lead for Extreme Hangout. And I met some of your colleagues in the Biodiversity Cup, so I know at least that a bit of your background is also trying to cover both. And Axel Eriksson, you are the training manager of the Climate Youth Negotiator Program, but you're also the co-coordinator, or one of the co-coordinators in the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. So in that way, you're also covering at least 2 of these UN negotiation tracks, and you also used to be my colleague as a youth delegate of Sweden last year. So you are deeply into all of these processes, and I'm looking forward to hear your perspectives on this. So to start us off, we will have some imaginative visions from the panel on how a future COP could look like. And I would encourage the audience, if you're up for it, to close your eyes in order to picture these visions more vividly, because this is not just an exercise of fantasy. I hope that it will be an exercise to challenge how we think about change and to be able to imagine things in a different way. So Jess, would you like to kick us off with your vision of how a COP could be looking?
Sure. This is my first COP, and I'm predominantly based in the Green Zone Extreme Hangout. And having seen many inspiring youth change makers come into our space and propose many innovative solutions in different forms. So we've had very creative discussions. We've had climate solutions proposed through music, through art, through workshops, through not just panel events but keynotes. I feel inspired and hopeful that we could have a COP that is less bureaucratic and more dynamic, more transparent, that is more adaptable, and not just a rigid conference space, but somewhere where ideas and creativity can really flow, because I think that's the way that you can get the best ideas. So I also propose a hackathon style negotiation room that is real, and you can co-design climate solutions in a way that is more engaging, and potentially, instead of just talking, you actually come out of that room with actions and deliverables. So I believe that that is just a way to make COP more dynamic, and it can also embrace the visions of the youth, and can involve many different voices.
Thank you very much. So a hackathon instead of negotiations that we see right now, I think that's creative and a different way to do it. Now I would like to ask the few honored people we have in the panel, what do you think of this way of making it more into a hackathon and more actionable negotiations than what we see right now? So if you like the idea, you can do like this. If you don't like it, like this. And if you're like extremely happy about it and you just love the idea, you can make a heart with your body in whatever way. You could do it the youth way, like this, whatever you want. So, audience, what do you think about this idea of having a hackathons? Okay, they like it. They don't love it, but they like it. What do you think, Axel? What can a hackathon work out in the terms under UN negotiations?
It's not about if it can work out, it's about do we want it to work out? And I think really having a forum where you can creatively exchange ideas, just not self-censoring before you have actually said what you think. I think that's important, because we don't, the kind of rules that we have been following in these COPs, in climate policy up until now, have obviously not been enough. So we need to find new solutions, and how can we find new solutions if we don't really dare utter ideas that go against the system? So I really think this is a great idea.
Thank you, Axel. What do you think, Supana? Can we make a hackathon under UN?
We all have wild ideas of how a COP should look like, how a space should look like, because we have been part of a lot of People's COP, People's Summit, The problem here is that do we need the UN and the UN space to discuss and resolve things? That's the key question. If we need the UN space, they have their own ways to deal with the space. And it's very difficult at this point of time to wish away, the rules and modalities that they follow. But I think even within that, what we are demanding for a long time is that more transparency, as you said, more participation of the non-party stakeholders, taking their voice and concerns while you negotiate. Because there are inequities and power imbalances. And that is very stark when you come to the COP. And so whether the negotiations driven by the parties are considering those inequities, those power imbalances, the voices and concerns matter to me most. Innovative ideas could be there within that fulfill that. And one of the things that I told you, I visualize that, yes, a country can be host to a COP, but can a COP be chaired by an indigenous woman? What will it look like?
Thank you very much, Supana. I think we'll get back to your vision on how that could look and what we would get out of that. But Axel, now I want to ask you, what would be your vision of a different COP process? And please think totally out of the box. I think nothing is too crazy to be said within this room right now.
We have been going about these COPs as if it's just a matter for us as humans and just a very limited representation of the human population. But honestly, the environmental crisis is a crisis of all life, and thus all life needs to be represented at the table when we make decisions. So I would actually challenge the term of COP, because it shouldn't be a conference of parties. It should be a conference of all life. Where mountains, rivers, animals, plants, every form of life has an equal chance of getting, or equitable chance of getting the decisions to consider their needs. And the way I see it is that there is a large wisdom even within the human population, but I don't really know how can we even start to understand the level of resilience, the level of you know, how other forms of life are working. And since the Amazon, for example, is one of the greatest sources of water, sources of oxygen on this planet, but we don't really know how basically it works and what the Amazon would need from these kinds of global conferences. We cannot really truly say we're making decisions that are solving this crisis if we don't have some way of including those voices which are not heard, those non-human voices. So that's my kind of crazy maybe vision, but I think it's absolutely essential that we, if we want to solve this crisis, that we don't see it only as human crisis, and that we don't only consider human interests. When I say we, I don't mean just humans, I mean all life, basically.
Thank you very much, Axel. I think that's very much thinking out of the box to think that it should not be a conference of parties, but a conference of all life. I don't know what it should be called then, if it's not a COP with parties. Is it a COA, a conference of all life? Maybe. I think that's the smallest part of it to figure out what it should be called. So what do you think about that in the audience? Do you like the idea of thinking it more as a conference of all types of life? You don't like it, or you love it, make it hard in whatever way you would like? Okay, we see some hearts getting up there, Axel. Great job. What do you think, Jess, about this idea of having it more as a conference of all life and not only looking at it with a human eye?
I love the idea. I think it should be a COL, Conference of Life. I think we need to recognise that we're all part of nature and we cannot exist without nature, and therefore we need water, we need soil represented. So can we have parties in the negotiation rooms or pavilions that well, we do have pavilions that represent them, but give them a larger voice, because as you say, we are part of nature. And yeah, I love the idea. I think Conference of Life is the way we must go forward.
Thank you. I just want to put in that back home in Denmark at my normal job, we do a lot of what do you call it, citizen assemblies, and in there we also sometimes try to implement the voice of other types of life than human. I don't think we've figured out the perfect way to do it, because how do you actually give that voice? Should it be represented through a human voice? How does that look, and are you then truly representing the water, for example, or a forest, or are you still in some way representing the voice of a human? But I think it's an important thought. What do you think about this idea, Supana?
You know, working on forest biodiversity and the forest communities, it's very close to our heart. Like when we talk of territories of life, when we talk of, you know, the anthropogenic impact on life, terrestrial systems, and that anthropogenic impact is what we are seeing the result of. I think Conference of Life could be a confluence of both what the UN thinks and we think. I would say, why not have a Conference of Life along with the Conference of Parties as a confluence, you know, and that will be the best, because you know, we cannot avoid the fact that if COP is failing, democracy is failing, because the government who are negotiated have been voted by us with a definite mandate. if the government and the people who have been voted by us cannot fulfill our aspirations, our demands, where it matters, then democracy is failing. And we have to see how we can change that in that sense. But I think that the changes doesn't come in one day. And I think this is an excellent idea of having a conference of life and conference of parties and see how it responds.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think you're totally right that this also comes down to how you see democracy and how you can see democracy working or not working sometimes. I would love to hear from some of the people in the panel who loved this idea. Why did you love it, and what do you have any comments on what you think about this idea with a conference of all life? Do we have some thoughts in the audience? Maybe we will get a microphone from over there. I think we had a comment down there.
Or not? Yeah, okay. So I really like the idea. The only question I have is like, how can we do this in practice? And to also enlarge this concept to maybe represent the future generations, because they are also not here. And if they would be here, it would be great to to also keep their future in life.
Thank you very much. And we also have a comment down the back.
All right, thank you very much. I like the idea, but what I've been thinking about is how can we get everyone here, just as he said. I think the most important persons that we should put on the table are the young generation, because they are the future leaders. Most of the decisions that our representatives are taking now are decisions that would affect the younger generation in time to come. So I think why we think of how can it benefit everybody, let us put the younger generation. So we should have them more represented here. We should have them more on the tables. We should have them more aware of what is happening here, because we need to save the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Axel, I guess, and I hope that you agree that we should have more young people at the table as a former youth delegate, but what else do you think about the reactions that you have now heard from both the panel and the audience?
Yeah, so I interpret both of these as reflections on how do you actually do it. And I don't have an answer. It would basically be contrary to the proposal I made if I were the one having an answer to it. I would say it's a vision that we want all types of life to have a voice at the figurative table. But exactly how to do that is hard to imagine. I think we just need to take step by step closer to it, recognize that the way this COP process works right now does not give an equal voice to all forms of life. It doesn't even give an equal voice to humans. The countries that are the most affected usually have smaller delegations present, which goes against the principle of having the voices that are most affected represented. So I don't have an answer to the how. I just think that we need to, for example, have a hackathons on how can we increase the step by step the diversity of perspectives that are heard. How can we go away from the assumptions that we might have of how this kind of process works, and just step by step collectively reimagine what is possible and what is kind of ethically justifiable. Because I also agree with what Suparna said, that right now the COP works on a democratic mandate, you could say, that the governments are supposed to represent the people of the countries. And if we're challenging that, then we're also challenging that democratic mandate indirectly. So I could speak forever about this, but I think it's just a big question that we need to have creative ways of discussing and collectively just step by step find more and more suitable answers to.
Thank you, Axel. I think a great first step is to talk about it, right? And I think these talks about how we can see a COP in a different way is something I haven't seen this that much within the COP space. So I think this is a great first step. Now I want to hear from you, Supana. Now you've been reflecting a bit on the visions of the others, but what is your own vision of how a COP could look differently?
The first thing is that there are two issues here. One is, do we want, within the space itself, do we want a restructuring to address the inequity and power imbalances? That's very important to me, to facilitate participation and participatory negotiations even, you know. So, just for example, Samoa can send probably 8 delegates, but the UNFCCC supports only 1. Whereas UNFCCC supports only 1 for the US also, but the US can bring 50 delegates. So the power of that delegation and the power of the delegation of Samoa is very, very unequal. And it's reflected when you see in the negotiations hall that many of the small developing countries have no negotiator at all because they are all spread out and busy in others. This is number one. The second is, in terms of democracy, at this point of time, when countries go to vote, how many countries have managed to get climate as a mandate and talking and conversing as an issue of electoral democracy? You know, is climate an issue in the elections? How many countries have managed to do that? We have managed to do that. That we have to question, because that's the mandate. The government will come with our voting, and that could be a bit reflected when they come and negotiate here. You know, those are the two ways that we have to deal with it. Unfortunately, there are no other ways that we can deal with it to be real and practical in those terms. Like in Europe 1 or 2, we have seen that climate has been a huge issue during the elections. And you can see that when the policy comes in, they are bound by that mandate to at least tweak the policies. But in other countries, there is nothing. The climate is nothing. Don't blame US or the president or the Trump, because in other countries, the climate is still to become an electoral issue, you know.
So your vision is that climate should be in the electoral process of all countries before coming.
Should have already become by now. 2030 is coming, and we need to reduce emissions by half to be within the 1.5 threshold. We are at the tipping point. When will that become an issue?
Thank you very much, Supana. So what do you think about that in the audience? Do you like, don't like, or love the idea about that climate should become into all electoral processes of the delegations before coming here? We have a lot of people liking it, but also one being a bit skeptical. Do you want to reflect on your thoughts? Okay, totally fine. I don't think democracy is about pushing everyone to say something, so I won't push you to to reflect on that. But I will encourage you in the panel to reflect on what Supana just said. Jess, do you want to start off?
Yeah, I think sometimes what's frustrating is that there's always talk on the future, and in politics you see a lot of short-termism. So governments, or especially in the UK, are elected on 5-year terms, so they fling around the term climate change and we'll do this and we'll do that, but are they just using it as a way to get elected? And what needs to happen is action now, not in the future. And it's incredibly frustrating that the term climate change, climate action is sometimes just used as a way to get votes, and there's no real action having been around both the green and blue zone, I was sat in the UK Pavilion the other day, and Ed Miliband said that they're the first country to sign the youth clause. But, you know, again, I just feel like these are endless promises, and I don't always trust that this will be taken into consideration. I don't know why we focus on 5 years' time. Why aren't we focusing on now? Because the more we just push these issues into the future, the easier it is to just continue to push it onto someone else. So I think in access to negotiations, we need to prioritise the voices that are most impacted. We need to stop focusing on, we'll fix this by a date in 10 years' time. Why aren't we fixing it? Why aren't we planning on doing something now? Because that just allows politicians to get away with not doing anything. And in relation to something that was mentioned before about voices at COP, there's a massive, also having been in Extreme Hangout, we're located in the green zone, and this is my first COP, as I mentioned, and I've seen quite a disconnect between the two zones. And what we're doing at Extreme Hangout is using creativity and expression, and we're really giving a voice. Our mission is to amplify youth voices, focusing on marginalised communities. I wish there was more media coverage and potentially more ministers and officials coming from these negotiation rooms, seeing what's also happening in the green zone, because these are real people that are really impacted by climate change. And I wish that COP would embed and connect the two zones, so there isn't such a disconnect. Politicians that sit high up in countries can actually meet real people who are really impacted, and hopefully that might inspire them more or to do something.
Thank you very much. So I think, yeah, there's a lot of things with making these connections between, like one thing is that I personally think we should have more connections between climate and biodiversity and plastic and desertification and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's a really good point that we also need more connections within the UNFCCC COP. The other day I met someone from like a company and they asked me, where are these negotiations going on? And I think that was a bit of a shock for me to figure out or to realize that a lot of people coming to these pavilions and being from the business side, they don't even know where the negotiations is going on, and they are maybe a bit distant from that part. And the same with the negotiators, they don't have time to go out here, and I haven't even myself been to the green zone. And I think a lot of people who have the badge to the blue zone don't really prioritize to go over there. And the ones from the green zones maybe don't have access to the blue zone. So I think there's a lot of things with the connections also inside the UNFCCC COP that we could do something about. Axel, I saw that you were noting a lot of things down. What do you think about this problem of the missing interlinks, and maybe also about who are the ones who should be represented here, also in the terms of the size of delegation and that kind of reflections?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree that it's very unfair that the countries that are most affected have the smallest delegations. I would advocate for that. It's precisely those voices that needs to be heard, because they know the reality on the ground, whether it's small island states fearing for the future of their countries, or least developed countries struck by extreme weather events and having to go into large debts to even rebuild the country, and many other examples. So I think that's fundamentally unfair. So I agree on that problem statement. And then in terms of the issue of that climate politics should be integrated in basically elections, or the political mandate that's given, I also very much agree with that. I think it's also important to recognize that we have been talking quite a bit about democracy, and a large part of the world population does not live in a national democracy. And I think that poses an additional challenge. How can you make those voices represented in this space if they don't have a direct democracy through which they can make their voices heard on the national level? So I think it's a challenge, definitely. But I definitely agree that climate change should be a part of the political agenda. And I could. I'm just trying to think how deep to go into this. So climate change is one very big issue. There's biodiversity loss. There are many other environmental issues. Then there are social issues like the cost of living. There is a multiple crisis going on. And I think what's important in this context is to have a dialogue with the individuals, the communities on the ground who are experiencing the impact of these issues, and just trying to understand the situation before trying to make a decision. Because for now, there are many political decisions that are made at a national level which affect the communities on the ground without those communities having had the chance to even tell their story to the people making the decisions. So again, I don't have a universal solution to how to fix this, but I think we are missing in many decision-making contexts the possibility of hearing stories from the ground and making sure that their voices are taken into account, which would hopefully bring in climate change considerations. It would hopefully bring in, cost of living, poverty, whatever other issues that are affecting the lives of the most vulnerable communities.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of problems with this term of democracy, and when you're trying to have a democratic process on a UN level, but you're not able to ensure the democratic structures underneath that, how can you even ensure that it is democratic structure on the UN scale? Yeah, I think that's a big problem and something we need to highlight a bit more within these processes. I think in terms of democracy and participation, there's also maybe a problem with who's here and who's not here, as you also touched upon already. Throughout this COP, we've seen some numbers on who's participating and who's not. And at this COP, there's almost 2,000 coal, oil, and gas lobbyists attending. At last COP in Dubai, we saw that the fossil fuel lobbyists outnumbered the representatives of both scientific institutions, indigenous people, and vulnerable nations. So that's also a bit something that you've already been touching upon. And in this letter that I mentioned in the beginning of the session from Ban Ki-moon and others, they said that we cannot achieve a just transition without ensuring a fair representation of those most affected. So I think his vision is going very much in line with some of the things that you're saying, but how can we do this in a different way? How can we ensure that it's the right people who are here, and who is the right people, and how should we have like a number of how many people each delegation can bring? Should that number be a fixed number, or should it be a number correlated with the population size in the country? I think there's a lot of big questions here about who should be in the COP and who shouldn't. Do you have any reflections on this? There was a lot of questions and a lot of things coming already from me. But what do you think, Supana? How can we solve the problem of who's here?
Again, this is a topic which comes under the arrangement of international meetings. There is a work stream called AIM within the UNFCCC. And you'll be surprised to know that all these data that we are now collecting, being able to collect that how many of whom represented only could be done during the last two COPs, because we fought for in the AIM on the issue of conflict of interest and forced the Secretariat to now ask to disclose your affiliation. That is why we can now see that who is from where. So we fought within the structure. We won partially, and I think we can do much more. But I think also the UN needs to restructure itself. The UN agencies need to restructure itself. And we may have to define what do you mean by consensus. What is consensus? To me now, it's a big problem. Is consensus means that nobody is responding to a text which is excellent within brackets. Next time you delete it. You delete a treasure. The text was fantastic. but there was no support for the text. You delete it. Is that a consensus? We need to raise these questions. I still remember on the last day of Glasgow, when the fossil fuel text was being changed, and it was like inefficient subsidies to fossil fuel and coal phase out to coal phase down of unabated coal. Somebody from the Caribbean delegation, I think Barbados or Trinidad, and she stood and said that we are in pain, we are in tears, but unfortunately, for the sake of compromise, we have to accept this text. What does that mean? Compromise means, do you know what is Rule 16? You walk through this COP all day, all that, and then because you couldn't come to an agreement, you have to again start from the scratch in the next Bonn intersessional. You cannot carry on the text on which you have really worked. That forces many of these countries to actually agree to a highly compromised text. So there are problems, and these needs to be changed. These needs to be changed. We should fight for this, actually, internally fight for that. Why Rule 16 should look like that, you know?
Thank you very much, Suparna. I think it's a really good point that I think most of us, a lot of us are a bit unsatisfied with how the negotiations are going on right now. But maybe to increase the effectiveness and the outcome of these negotiations, we need to change how the negotiations are going and the rules of this. And I think that's a long process, but I think, you know, the first step is always to start talking about it. What do you think, Axel?
I have a lot of thoughts. But the one that brings to mind is that I really agree. I feel the frustration, and having been into late night negotiations myself, and just listening to how frustrating it is, and being part of training many young negotiators who are going through the same thing, and really coming to this COP hoping that their national interests, the realities on the ground of their countries, will be respected here, and then finding themselves with a text at the end which is just deleted. That's frustration. That's indescribable how hard that can be. So I hear that. And from my perspective, another thing we might need to rethink with COPs is the fact that they're global right now. That we are meeting in person in a location which is usually quite inaccessible for many parts of the world because they have to fly more than 24 hours, often at very high expenses. And then at the end of the COP, it usually drags over time, with the countries that are the most constrained financially having to leave the COP, and then having even less representation at the end. And this comes partly down to the fact that we are meeting in person in a very expensive setting. So maybe we should consider having fewer COPs and focusing on implementation in between. Maybe we should consider having regional COPs that feed into a smaller global forum, or even national COPs, or even not COPs at all. But just we need to question the fact that we are getting so many people to this one setting each year for 2 weeks at very high cost to both environment, to basically economy of the people coming, of the countries sending delegates. And if we can achieve that without having to do that, that would be wonderful. For example, throughout the COVID crisis, we had negotiations online, which were honestly even less accessible. But we might consider how can we, make virtual negotiations accessible, or do we even have to have negotiations each year? So that's my main message. Start questioning that we have this yearly global forum, and considering how can we make sure that we can come to the same kind of decisions and implement it even better without having to meet at such an expensive setting.
Thank you very much, Axel. I think in the ideal world, we didn't need COPs. maybe we didn't even need UN because we were all just acting in, the best desirable way, and we were all doing all the things that we could, and everyone was striving, and there was a lot of trust around the world. But I think in the world we see right now, we really need UN, and we really need the COPs because things are not going in the right way. I saw an article in the Danish newspaper last week where they declared the COP dead. They said that this is not working, we should not have it at all. And that's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to have these discussions, because I think if we just lose hope in the COP process at all, then we are in an even worse place. But I totally agree that we should see it in a different way and maybe think out of the box, and maybe having online, and maybe, there's a lot of things that we could do, but we need to open up these discussions. And talking of open up, I would like to open up these discussions for the floor. If you have any questions or comments, do you have anything you want to come in with before we do that, Jess?
So there was just, you guys both made great points that there's no point me, regurgitating the same thing. But having what you were saying about, is this necessary every year? I spoke to the youth delegate to Brazil, and he mentioned how, everyone going to Belém, there's not going to be enough capacity. The city cannot facilitate everyone going there. So he questioned who needs to be there, what access we have. And, he didn't have an answer himself. What is the right answer? I'm not sure. But I think ahead of Belém, we need to question, how do we change COP? Do we need to put such pressure on a city that might not be able to facilitate it? Because it's important, like you say, to protect the environment in which we're going to. So that was just something that came to mind when you were mentioning, is there some digital element we can have? And digital is not perfect, but having some global participation hub, whether we can have live feedback from audiences back home, but that in itself isn't perfect. So I'm not sure how we can do something about that, but we definitely need to consider how feasible it is having a yearly COP.
Yeah, it seems like that maybe we need to have, at least for a few years, to have hackathons to figure out how can we increase the effectiveness and the democratic involvement and the access of the COPs. But now we have a comment from the audience, or a question.
Thank you. Thanks very much for a very interesting discussion. I think that even if we don't have all the answers, that actually asking the question is really, really important, because it just starts to break apart our thinking and starts to enable that creativity to reimagine and get to the heart of why we, questioning why it's not working, what are we trying to achieve. And sometimes, I don't think that questioning happens enough. So I really appreciate this space. I have two hopefully quick questions. One is on, we talked about kind of having people centered in, like, the people's will centered, and the challenge that we see to democracy of leaders who are kind of captured by vested interests or by money or power in politics that maybe don't actually represent the interests of, when we do, polls around the world, most people actually really want climate action, would put their salary towards climate action, and then that doesn't necessarily get reflected in their government. So I was curious, you said you work in sort of citizens' assemblies, etc. What do you think, like, globally would be structures that would enable also at sort of pace and scale this kind of collective kind of grassroots democratization of climate action processes? I was talking to someone yesterday, I was talking about, like, you could have digital ways, which may or may not be accessible to different communities, but, like, how does this kind of work? And there's such technical language and decisions. So that sort of translation between the issues people care about and, like, how do you ask those questions? And then the second was in the letter you mentioned. They also spoke about countries not being allowed to host a COP if they're not doing things in line with the Paris Agreement. And so I'm Australian, and I hope that COP comes to Australia, but it's also really far for people to travel, but it's also Australia doesn't have, the greatest record we're still powered by coal, we're still exporting a lot of coal. And so, I was just curious about that sort of point in, how, and it raises the broader question about accountability mechanisms. There's just a fundamental lack of accountability mechanisms within the UNFCCC frameworks that there's maybe been in international agreements in the past. So people, there's pledges, but no reinforcement. So I was just, curious on those 2 points. One about what you see about accountability mechanisms and if what really was to only allow countries who are in line with this to host it, what does that mean about the countries in the world that we have right now that could do that? And first on, how do you actually at scale and pace truly make the decisions by the people for the people?
Thank you very much. I think we need to think a bit out of the box with the structure of these discussions, because actually the time is running out and we're already a bit past. So in terms of being a bit untraditional and do things in a different way, I think we will end this on a question, on the questions that you just raised. And then hopefully the panel can maybe come to you and answer afterwards. But I hope that these discussions have, started some thoughts in your mind. That was at least my aim. So in that way, it's also good to end on a question, because that keeps all of our brains alive and that we keep thinking about how we could do this differently. But thank you very much to the panel for elaborating on all of your discussions, and thanks to the audience for being interactive and ready to engage in these discussions. And hopefully it will not end here, and we can continue that all through the COP and after the COP, because the COP is only 2 weeks at a year. So thank you, and please give an applause to the audience and to the audience and the panel. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Nordic Pavilion here at COP29 in Baku on what is officially the final day of the negotiations, but definitely the final day of our events here at the Nordic Pavilion nonetheless. My name is Aaron Taki and I'm from the Nordic Council of Ministers and I'm the moderator for the first part of this double event we're currently having. I'm joined here by Mattias Frumerie, Head of Delegation for Sweden. And we're going to shortly have a briefing from the negotiations. This will go for about 15 minutes, and then straight after that, we're going to have a youth panel with youth reflections on the results or the emerging result here from COP29, and perhaps also some reflections from our conversation, Mattias. But welcome, Mattias. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much.
And thank you for jumping in at the last minute when our Finnish head of delegation was called to other services. Mattias, how are you feeling? It's the last day of COP. How are you?
It's surprising how energy levels actually can stay up, given sort of the late nights and long hours over the past 2 weeks. But no, I'm feeling good, thanks.
That's great to hear, Mattias. A lot of coffee, maybe some Azerbaijani tea getting you through.
Indeed.
Well, Mattias, the big ticket item of COP29 is the NCQG, the new collective quantitative goal on climate finance, as the previous goal on climate finance is expiring. It's been a tough one, from what I understand. Like all decisions at COP, we need a unanimous decision, we need consensus. But from what I read this morning about the status of the negotiations, the only thing that's unanimous is disappointment in the text thus far. Do you think we'll reach a consensus? Do you think we'll reach one today at the closing of negotiations?
I don't want to speculate on when, but I think definitely we will, because we have to. The expectations are high, not only in terms of reaching an agreement, but also, of course, in terms of the volume. And as in most compromises, I would think that we might end up in a situation where many parties will be disappointed in various ways. So it's still the main issue is still outstanding in terms of the volume, the contributor base, as we call it, who will be contributing, and other issues in the goal as well. But I'm confident that we'll actually get there.
Okay. What have been some of the deadlocks in the negotiation on the financial goal? What have been some of the challenges over the last 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, we have been hearing disappointment from our developing country partners that there hasn't been a suggestions in terms of the volume or the quantum being put forward. We have also seen maybe a reluctance from some of our parties to actually join as contributors. We're seeing many countries actually today already contributing to climate action in developing countries. So we think it would be a sort of a natural development for that finance also to be part of the new goal in some way. But then, of course, also there are other elements in the new goals, such as many developing countries seeking more clarity in terms of access to the finance, but also in terms of finance for adaptation. And I think from a Swedish perspective, we're keen also to highlight the importance of the effectiveness of climate finance, ensuring that we get results on the ground. And I think there is development in those areas to make sure that we're working on access, we're working to ensure that finance is delivered in terms of results and so forth. But of course, still we need to settle also on the final number.
Let's hope that we're able to reach agreement, Mattias. One of the big outcomes from COP28 last year was the Global Stocktake, or GST, decision. And in there we saw text about transitioning away from fossil fuels, tripling of renewable energy capacity, doubling energy efficiency to the year 2030, I think, if I'm correct. And this, of course, to mitigate or to reduce climate emissions. How has that played out this year? Have we been able to hold ground on mitigation, push forwards, or has there been a bit of a turn back on mitigation? What's it been like in the negotiation room?
No, I think definitely it's fair to say, unfortunately, there has been attempts to roll back a bit of what we achieved at COP28. I think, as I understand the line of argument from some parties in the negotiations has been that once we agreed that fairly robust outcome we had in Dubai at COP28, it is now up to parties themselves, up to countries themselves to reflect that in their NDCs going forward. And that is of course true. I mean, the NDCs, or the nationally determined contributions, are indeed nationally determined. So it is up to each country to decide how to actually reflect those outcomes in their NDCs. But what we want to see, and what we believe we need to see, is also a process in which we can ensure that, or to assess at least, how the outcomes of the GST are actually on an aggregate level reflected in the NDC. So how well are we in terms of the transitioning away from fossil fuels? How are we doing in terms of the tripling of renewable energy? How well are we doing in terms of the doubling of energy efficiency? And all the other items which we decided as part of the GST. And we would want to see that once we get to COP30, there is clarity in terms of how that assessment will be made. And of course, in the event that we would in some way maybe not sort of see that we are on track for implementing all those targets, that there is also a way forward in terms of, how will we as parties jointly address whatever kind of shortcomings or gaps we see in terms of the NDCs. I mean, it's been very useful in the past couple of years now to have what we call an NDC synthesis report, which the UNFCCC Secretariat puts out a couple of weeks ahead of every COP. And we're seeing there that even though emissions up to 2030 are projected to be lower than what they are today, I mean, the IPCC tells us that emissions need to reduce by almost 50% in order for us to limit temperature rise to 1.5. So the gap is still, it's far too large for us to be able to secure 1.5. So the synthesis report ahead of COP30 will of course also be a very clear indicator in terms of where we are in relation to what science tells us where we need to be.
Thank you, Mattias. We'll come back to COP30 as well and talk a bit more about that. But another outcome of COP28 was also the loss and damage fund. And loss and damage, of course, accepting that we will now have climate change and we need to compensate the loss and damage in other parts of the world. There was a fund established and it was starting to get a bit of money put in, 100 million, I think, from the host country last year. Have we been able to fill the fund? How's progress going on loss and damage in the negotiation rooms at this COP? And how has that progress at the last session played out this year?
Well, I mean, there have been a couple of steps taken in terms of the fund. There have been various types of agreements signed with the World Bank, for example, as sort of the secretariat or the host of the fund, and also the Philippines as the host country of the board for the fund. Sweden has announced a contribution of 200 million Swedish krona to the fund, so there have been additional contributions coming in. But I think what's from a Swedish perspective, I would think also important is to highlight that the fund itself, I don't think will be sort of the single solution to supporting countries in addressing the effects of climate change, but rather there is a number of various types of instruments and vehicles and channels for countries to be supported in the kind of priorities and needs that they set themselves in terms of what we within the Paris Agreement call loss and damage. We did sort of an off-the-cuff calculation from a Swedish perspective to see sort of how much finance are we contributing, and that of course far exceeds the 200 million that we have now set aside for the fund itself. So I think we need to be clear also that the finance for loss and damage is not only and far from what we set aside only through the fund. The fund was an important statement of solidarity to ensure that the fund is there, but there are various other ways also to be supporting countries in addressing loss and damage. And I think that also needs to be an inherent part, as in every kind of financing element, an inherent part of the dialogue which we as donors have with our partner countries, and making sure that we prioritize and mainstream climate action throughout our development finance, be it for mitigation, adaptation, or loss and damage, but also that our developing country partners put forward their needs and priorities in their dialogue with us, so we can sort of meet those kinds of needs in the finance that we are providing.
Thank you, Mattias. Of course, there's many different negotiation tracks taking place here in many different rooms, and we don't have time in our 15 minutes to go through all of them. But I'd like to take a step back and just a reflection more on the negotiations in general. There was a letter written to the UNFCCC that came last week, including signatories such as Ban Ki-moon, the previous General Secretary of the UN, Christina Figueres, the UN climate head, as well as, for example, the Swedish scientist Johan Rockström, criticizing that perhaps COP is no longer fit for purpose. We've come here now 29 times over the last 30 years, and we've made some progress, but we're still not on track, as we see in the United Nations Environment Program's report, Emission Gaps Report, my apologies. What do you think, Mattias? Is the COP emerging to no longer be fit for purpose, or how can we make adjustments to the way that negotiations take place here to make sure that we're back on track to 1.5 degrees? Any comments on that?
Well, I mean, I think it is useful to reflect on whatever kind of process you're engaged in whatever kind of organization you work in, to continuously reflect on how can you improve whatever kind of your working methods, your modalities, to ensure that you actually deliver the kind of results that your process or organization has been set up to ensure. And this, of course, also is equally important for the UNFCCC and the UNFCCC process. And I think we, from both the Swedish and the EU perspective, we're keen to engage in those kind of conversations. During the Swedish EU presidency a year ago, we actually organized a seminar on that particular topic to sort of discuss with parties how the process could be improved in various ways. I mean, just the fact that we, for example, have some 100 agenda items across the 5 agendas that we do have at the COP, that in itself could be cause for reflection to see could that be streamlined in any way, and how do we deliver results across all these various types of agenda items. But also, I mean, many of us, I think, are saying that we're moving towards. We need to be focusing more on implementation. I mean, we have the Paris Agreement. We set ourselves the targets and how we, the so-called Paris rulebook in terms of transparency and so forth. So focus should be more now on implementation. And we see that also as a reflection in terms of the various work programs we've established, for example, the mitigation work program. At the same time, we're not seeing much progress within those work programs because we're seeing a dynamic where some parties are not wanting to see substantive results in those work programs because they see that was sort of, there is maybe a fear even that would accelerate the transition in a way which might make it difficult for some parties. So these are the dynamics we have to play with, which we have to deal with. So I would think that sort of move to the extent that we can actually reform and continuously reform the process to make sure that we're improving the way we're working. But of course, at the same time, this is the process we have, and this is what we have to work with. And we should also not forget that when we entered into the Paris Agreement, I think we were headed towards a 4+ something degree world, and now we're actually, around a 3+. I mean, we're still not nowhere near where we need to be, but things have improved in the past 10 years. So if we wouldn't have had this process, we would be far worse off. So I think that's something which we need to remember as well.
Thank you, Mattias. We've got a couple minutes left, so I'd like to look more at where we go from here. Hopefully we'll have a goal. Hopefully we'll have a decision on the NCQG today or shortly. Hopefully you'll get some time to rest as well after these busy 2 weeks, as all of us here have been working hard. But work is not just taking place at the COP sessions or at the other UNFCCC sessions in between COP. It's taking place every day. What are the next big steps in the road towards COP30 in Belém in Brazil? We'll be getting some new NDCs submitted, hopefully, over the next year from around the world. But what other work will need to take place between COP29 and COP30?
I think from our perspective, it is really the NDCs which need to be at the heart of what we're doing in the coming months. And as you see, I'm having this little pin here about Sweden, the climate matchmaker, and that's really what we want to be, to the extent possible, meet the needs and priorities which our partners have in terms of their transition to net zero, and see what kind of solutions that Sweden can match to meet those needs. And hopefully we'll be able to engage in conversations, together with Nordic countries, with our EU partners and others, to see how we can be encouraging even more action from not least the G20, which account for 80% of global emissions. So if we are to limit temperature rise to 1.5, we really need to see the G20 countries taking more action. And of course, the NDCs are now a key opportunity to highlight what kind of action countries will be taking. And from a Swedish perspective, we really see the opportunities that, for example, the G20 countries could embrace what the transition brings in terms of new jobs and growth and strengthening competitiveness, building on the kind of experience that we would have in Sweden and I think across also the Nordic countries, and seeing how sort of the transition actually helps build a stronger welfare society. And the kind of benefits that would have, not only for the economy, but also for issues like health. So that's what we will be focusing on for the coming months, when the new NDCs are being elaborated. And hopefully the solutions that we can provide and that Swedish business actors can provide will be reflected in the new NDCs, and will provide confidence to policymakers globally that it is possible to raise ambition to cut your emissions even more in the new NDCs and have that reflected in the new NDCs. So when then we come to COP30 in Belém next year, we'll be seeing a significant step change in terms of emission reductions globally.
Let's hope for that, Mattias, and let's hope also for a good outcome in these final hours here in Baku and Azerbaijan. That concludes our short briefing that we had. Thank you so much, Mattias. We're going to go straight into a youth reflections panel to talk about what's emerging here at COP. So I'll thank you, Mattias.
Thank you.
And I'll invite up onto stage Amalia Holmefjord, who will be our moderator for the next session, Youth Hopes and Reflections. Amalia is the Norwegian Youth Delegate to the UNFCCC. Welcome, Amalia. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, everyone. Welcome to this Reflections panel. At the beginning of COP, we had a panel called Youth Hopes and Expectations, where we had 3 young people from Finland, Indonesia, and Nigeria coming here sharing their hopes for this COP. And I'm just going to do like a quick summary of what we talked about. They firstly talked about the NDCs and how it's important that we see ambitious NDCs moving forward. One of them had done research on the actual NDCs that we have had, specifically focusing on the inclusivity of youth and gender in the NDCs, and there was a lot of them that don't have any mention to youth. So that was a bit of an interesting fact that we found out in our previous panel. And they also wanted to see, the reflections of the last year's GST into the coming NDCs. And then we also talked a little bit about the hot potato of the year, NCQG. And our panelists were really, worried about what the outcome is going to be. They were really hoping to see an equity, like a focus on inclusivity, and the NCQG really going to the people who need it the most. And then we had some other personal wishes and reflections on what's happening here at COP. There was a strong call for action, and I would like to reiterate one of the panelists. He had a very nice summary. He said, we can sum it up in 3 words, what we need, and it's more, action, and immediately. And then it's interesting. I know Mattias was up here previously. He was the moderator for the previous event. And I don't know if he would agree, but I thought I saw like a little tear in his eye at the end of our previous panel, because we had some very strong emotional, perspectives coming from our panelists. So I'm excited now, as we're, moving to the end of the COP. We will have another set of great panelists sharing their reflections with us. So I would like to welcome up our panelists. First, we have Uchenna Igwe, who's a project associate at the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. And we have Lise Koermann Nygaard, who is the Danish youth delegate to the UNFCCC. And last but not least, we have Sibusiso Muzamba, who's the South African youth delegate to the UNFCCC. Okay, so I know that there's still some uncertainties in regards to what the actual outcomes of this COP is going to be. We've long, lived with not knowing, in terms of the NCQG. A lot of the other negotiations have been going quite slow. But I think I would start by asking you, first of all, how has this COP been for you? And I think we start with you, Uchenna.
Okay, so it's been a lot this past 2 weeks. I've had lots of activities, side events, all looking forward to, the climate finance goal, which we saw being released yesterday, and it feels like an anticlimax of all the events so far. Everybody's disappointed in the outcome. So, but the COP29 president says it's not the final proposal. So we're still waiting and hoping that it's not cut off. Yeah.
How about you, Lisa?
I think this is my 5th UN conference this year, and more or less all of them have been quite disappointed. So I thought coming here I was prepared for the worst, and that of course I hope for more, but that I would be prepared for a disappointment as well. But this has definitely been the hardest one, because I think both before we came here there was a lot of talk about that this COP was not as important as the previous one or the next one. So already with that we had a lot of low expectations, which I think have influenced the discussions quite a lot, at least from like the northern part of the world. We have seen that people have not prioritized it enough, and I think it's quite privileged to feel that about this COP, because of course it's about finance, and that is just laying the ground for all climate action, especially in the global south. I think I haven't been at a UN conference where there was that less of hope and that less of joy and life bringing into the negotiations. I think we have seen a lot of people being really disappointed, hopefully we will be proven wrong by the end of these negotiations. I fear not, I think to short it down, it's been hard, I think.
Yeah, I think there are many people who can, join you in that sentiment. Yeah, especially now that we're, so close to the end. Everyone's very tired, and we're lacking the results that we wish for.
And I think there's also something about this conference, please. I think you can say something about the country as well, but just the place in itself, like there's no sunlight, you cannot see anything, the air is not that fresh. Yeah, I feel like that really influences the negotiations as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have to tell you, we woke up a little bit later today, and just going to the bus, and we actually saw the sun. I think almost for the first time, like just having that sun on my skin, I felt like, whoa, what is this? It was almost like a shock because we've been walking around in these hallways and rooms like all day, coming early, going late, which means there's no daylight basically. So I definitely would agree with you on that, and my body for sure agrees. So how about you, Sibu Sisu?
Yes.
Sibu Sisu.
Yeah.
How has this COP been for you?
I mean, I think firstly I would agree on the point about sunlight. I left the venue a bit earlier. I think this was at the end of the technical negotiations at the beginning of the first week. And that was the first time I saw like the sun and the sunset, and it just felt like, a whole different experience. But in terms of the negotiations themselves, COP is extremely, extremely intense. And I think coming here as a young person, posting about COP on my social media, I feel like there's a complicity of like making it look more glamorous than it actually is, because there is a lot of work that goes into the COPs, and waking up at 8 a.m., leaving the venue at 9 p.m., and doing not waking up at 8 a.m., coming to the venue at 8 a.m., so waking up at 6, and doing that all over again for a course of 2 weeks. It is extremely, extremely intense. Lots of exhaustion at this point, but I think also I came here with very high expectations. This being a finance COP. Finance is something that is extremely important for developing countries, like South Africa, because then you cannot have implementation without finance. And I find it really funny how we had a finance COP in Sharm before or an implementation COP in Sharm before the finance. So it's like, how can you implement without the money? And I think right now how I'm feeling very concerned at where the negotiations are currently. So I was following loss and damage. And unfortunately, there is no substantive decision that has been made on loss and damage because of a lot of divergent points between the parties. One of them, being the problem of the Secretariat and where it's going to be sort of located. The UNOPS and UNDRR did the assessment to say that it has to be cost effective. They, did a cost benefit analysis. And unfortunately, at this point, it's looking like the city is going to in Geneva is not very cost effective. So that was a very contentious point between the parties. Another point, being the issue of loss and damage in your BTRs, the biennial transparency reports, to report on loss and damage, the impacts, but also on implementation, and including that in the NDCs as well. And so because of those divergent points, we don't have a substantive decision on loss and damage, and so there is no operationalization of the loss and damage Santiago network, in the next year, which I think is very concerning as a young person, because we're seeing more and more losses and damages all across the world. And so parties, it was very tense in those rooms. It seems like parties are not willing to come to the table and work together in a way that benefits the people that are most vulnerable, which is developing countries. And so I think there's this thing about the spirit of compromise in the COP. This is compromise and this is good, but I think we need to really compromise on things that matter, and not just compromise for the sake of it. So I think, that's my feeling around the COP. I think I'm also seeing a lot more young people in the room, slowly but surely. I think we have a very long way to go, because at this point, it's young people are brought to the COP, especially in the negotiation rooms, but then it's the capacity is still, missing. And that's not to say that young people don't have capacity. We do have the voice, we do have the expertise, but sort of, the space is not really built for us. And so when you're in that room, you have to sort of, break through barriers in order to be recognized and, to be heard, not just as a young person, but as a negotiator who has the expertise as well. So I think, looking forward to, making sure that parties sort of grow that presence of young people in the negotiating rooms, because I think there's positives as well. In the finance goal, in the text, there's young people are included in the text, and so I think there's a very long way to go, but there's like small wins here and there that are sort of bringing up the hope again. But at this point, still very concerned about the status of where the COP is across the agenda items.
Yes, and I think we're many people who shares the concern with you. And just to say what you're bringing up about young people and youth in the rooms as well, I think we've seen I meet so many active young people who really know what they're talking about. And I see also that, I feel like step by step people are pushing through, and we see more young negotiators who actually really are able to take up space in the rooms, but still, there's a long way to go on that. Okay, I think we need to, address the big thing. I mean, this is, after all, the finance COP, and we, with the big thing being the NCQG. And so I wanted to ask you guys a bit more specifically. We don't know exactly what's happening right now. I think we're still waiting for a text, as far as I know. So I guess it's a bit of a somehow prediction and an idea, but how do you think that the NCQG will / has, delivered on what it was set out to do? Jenna?
Well, so far, I really don't think we've made any headway with that. We just have commitments, and in the end, we find people reneging on those commitments. So it's even worse this time around, looking at the theme of this year's COP, Finance COP, and up till now, there's been no definite outcome as regards the funding, particularly to as it affects low developing countries. 1.3 trillion is not too much to ask for. So it bothers me why it's taking so much time to just decide. I mean, it's not a lot. We saw how countries mobilized during COVID. Far more was allocated for COVID. And so it really means that probably the world does not see climate crisis as a disaster, as COP. And I think it's due to the shift in the trajectory, because we need to understand that currently, or in the past decades, we've had some of these natural disasters, climate change-induced disasters affect low developing countries, fine. But we need to also understand that in recent times, the developing countries are beginning to also face some of these climate issues too. So it's not a thing that you think it's just the global south, all and in. So it's coming close, So the earlier that decisions are made regarding these issues, the better for all of us, because it's just one world. It's just one world with global south, global north. We're in this together. So the earlier that we start looking at this issue as a collective, instead of separating or dividing into the global south and global north, it's better for all of us. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I agree. And also what you're saying about, being a global south issue, I don't think that's the case at all. We're seeing like big consequences all over the world. I mean, coming from Norway, we had a very huge flood. Last year, we had some extreme weather events happening, this autumn as well. Like it's happening all over the world. And as you're saying, we need to deal with that in a collective manner. So, Lisa, do you have any thoughts on the NCQG and how it's going?
I think it's going worse than we expected. I think most of us knew that it would be hard, and it would be hard negotiations, but I think no one knew that it would be this hard and that we would still have the different parties being that far away from each other as we saw that they were with the text coming out yesterday. And I think that, finance is a big problem, but the biggest problem is that the lack of finance and this way of not really dealing with these negotiations in a serious enough way makes a big divide. Of course, there is a divide already between global north and south, but this is just, sparking to that and making it even bigger, and making the mistrust bigger around the globe. So I think that doesn't only have the lack of an outcome on the NCQG here doesn't only have an effect in terms of climate finance, but also in terms of geopolitical things, and that it will be a lot harder to get results in the coming year as well. I think sometimes we forget that these COPs are very interlinked. What we do now will affect what we will be able to do next year, both because of the trust and mistrust, but also because, of course, the climate finance lays the groundwork for what you can do in terms of these NDCs that we are all looking for coming up next year. So I think it has been really hard within these negotiations, and I think we have seen some good things on the qualitative elements, as you were also talking about, that young people and children are recognized as something that should be, focused more deeply on in terms of finance, and that there's also some good things on access and transparency. Of course, we don't know still if that part will be able to survive until the final text. We hope. We will push for that. But I think there's so many things still standing out and not being able to find a middle ground, that right now we could lose everything that is in that text. So that's also why we need to keep pushing and not giving up. But I think the negotiations has been harder on this topic than we even feared before we came here.
Yeah, I think so as well. How do you feel about it, Sibususu?
Yeah, I think without repeating too much, we still don't have an exact figure, as Uche mentioned, which we're this is the last day, supposed to be the last day of COP. It's very concerning, but also there's like a lot of bracketed texts with that figure, which is like extremely divergent. You have trillions of dollars, $5 to $6 trillions of dollars, and then you have $400 billion, which, that is, 400 billion would be a disaster for developing countries if that is the amount of climate finance that, is going to be allocated. And so, I think the quantum that is supposed to be delivered on is at this stage, there's no certainty. And I mean, the HOD from the Swedish delegation did mention that there are a lot of dynamics in this COP, and political dynamics, negotiation dynamics, and so it is a tactic sort of, between the people in the room to, give or take a deal at the end of the negotiations. Hopefully, that is that is not something that will be sort of taken up, because as was mentioned, we do need the trillions, 5 to 6 trillions, and not billions of dollars. But I think also, as Lisa mentioned, there's a lot of positives that are coming out with young people, but also things like greenwashing being mentioned in the text. I think that is very, very important. But then at the same time, with all the good, we cannot settle. We need to aim higher, because the crisis that we're facing demands that we become more ambitious. And so I think, especially with young people, we need a minimum percentage of funds that will go towards funding youth projects led by women, indigenous people, vulnerable communities. And so there's still a lot that we expect from the negotiators that are sitting in those rooms. But also, I mean, developed countries, we understand that from the GST last year, 80% of emissions of the contributions that will get us to 1.5, 80% of them have been used up by historical emissions. And so it's very clear, also from the Paris Agreement and the convention, who the responsibility lies with. And so I think the politics are a dimension, but I think it's really important that we prioritize justice for people that are most vulnerable, and try to put everything else on the sidelines, because that is the most important thing. And this is not just something that developing countries are calling for, but it's supported by the convention, by the Paris Agreement. It's very clear who the duty for climate finance lies with. So I think at this stage, it's not I think I'm not feeling good about where it's at. But hoping that the next text that is released by the presidency will be much more ambitious, and that parties will come together to the table to rally towards that 5 to 6 trillions of dollars that we need between now and I think it's at 2035 to finance different climate action projects all across the world.
Yeah, I think the discussion about numbers is always hard, because there are so many different views on it. And we know the needs. We know the needs of the most vulnerable countries, they're telling us, but still it's so hard to actually come up with a number that reflects this. And it's worrying. Lisa, you have a comment?
Yeah, I think it's just all of this is about strategy, these negotiations, right? And I think, looking in hindsight, I think the strategy of keeping the quantum to the parties themselves and not being open about what quantum they are imagining and what they are striving for, that has been a big problem. We've been pushing EU to come up with their numbers since we were in Bonn, already before Bonn, and I think it's a problem that they, not only EU, but like a lot of countries, a lot of parties kept the quantum to themselves, and I think that's one of the reasons why we are in this situation now, because if we had started these discussions on the quantum earlier, I think it would have been we would have been able to find a landing zone in a better way.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And I've heard, a lot of, we've heard arguments that no, we need to figure out what the structure is going to be like of the goal before we can come with a quantum. But if you can't even agree on the structure, then how are you going to get to the quantum? So it's you have to discuss both, I would say, at the same time, because that's how you can actually figure out, what it's going to look like in terms of both, the number, but also what that number includes, because I think that's one of the big kind of divergences between the countries. Yeah. Any more comments to the NCQG?
Yeah, I think just on your point, balance between adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage as well is very important. And I think I support the points about doing two things at once. We're facing a very complex problem, and so our approach also has to reflect that complexity. And so you have to do multiple things at once. Understand what the contributor base is, but also, still sort of move towards that ambitious goal for climate finance. Yeah, completely agree with that.
Yeah. And then I think, it's been the finance COP, but we've also had, the big decision from last year, the GST, to follow up in this COP as well. And I think there have been some, big conflicts in that area as well, which is, kind of discouraging, seeing how hard it is on, several of the topics. So in terms of mitigation, we've always struggled with there being very little discussion on substance and mostly on the process happening. And I know that a lot of countries have been pushing to take in what we saw from the GST last year into the mitigation room, but it's really hasn't shown any progress so far. Would you guys have any, thoughts on how we can push forward these? We already agreed on this last year, so shouldn't be that hard, really, right, to take this forward? Lisa?
Yeah, I think we need to make some new coalitions. I think EU, as far as I understand, is trying to pushing for this to have more discussions on mitigation, and I think a lot of countries around the world will do the same. And I think there's some countries in the middle who is trying to block everything. But I think it's a problem if, for example, EU is only talking with themselves, or only talking with EU and America, and not, bridging the gap of figuring out who else could be on the same page as them. So I think you need to look at negotiations in a different way than what you're doing, and starting to build new coalitions in order to get us out of this place where we don't have any discussions on mitigation. And I think it's really dangerous if we, in Bonn we had Rule 16 on mitigation, and it seems like we will get it here as well. We had it in last week, and if that will be the new standard, to just do a Rule 16 on and not getting anything new into the text on mitigation, I think that's really dangerous. And I know that a lot of parties are trying to get mitigation into other aspects of the agenda, and I think that's good, but because that's one way to get forward. But I think we need to get the mitigation working also in the mitigation room, because that's where we can do the most progress. But in order to do that, we need to make new coalitions and think out of the box.
Okay, I think that's a very good point. You should bring that forward to your delegation. Uchenna or Sibusiso?
Yeah, well, I agree with Lisa, and I think we work better when we work together, instead of working in silos. We're easily broken apart when we work in silos. So I think it's important, like she said, for sub-regional organizations to build these coalitions, and also with the civil societies to keep, mounting pressure to ensure that these commitments are actually met. And it's been said that when good thrives, evil would also want to. So, I mean, it also helps with trying to also, hit back at those who are blocking the GST from, being manifested. So, yeah, I agree. Coalition.
Yes, cooperation is what I'm hearing from these young people. Makes me very happy. Hopefully, we'll see that happen in the future. Sibusiso, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think definitely cooperation is very important. I think this is why we need sort of more new voices coming to the table, because I think I have hope in my generation to work together, much more ambitiously, for more ambitious targets across the lines. But I think also just taking up the GST to inform the upcoming NDC cycle as well. And I think the point that I want to focus on is including young people in that process. So in the case of South Africa, we had the NDCs coming out in 2020, the last one, and young people were part of that process. We came up with lots of sort of perspectives, that we shared with our government, and we were very well welcomed at the NDC stakeholder consultation. We did a presentation, and it was all great. But I think we need to sort of think about how do we move beyond this to make sure that we're not just part of the consultation, but including young people in the development, the design, and the implementation of those NDCs. And I think there's so much, there's a lot of work that is being done on this, like the NDC partnerships. There's a lot of frameworks for how young people can sort of form part of those processes in order to, because I think young people bring that ambition, that is still missing in most of these spaces, and so I think looking at how can we meaningfully include young people, not just to say, oh, we had young people participate and it's well and good, but go well beyond that, and making sure, as I said, that there's a minimum allocation of finance that goes towards funding projects that are led by young people, by women, and other vulnerable groups. So reflecting that those GST outcomes on mitigation, on inclusion, on equity in the upcoming NDC cycle. And I think there's another point is the importance of nature. I haven't really seen nature being reflected in the current draft that we have. It was reflected, but I think there was like one mention of it. And so understanding the role that nature can play, especially our oceans, in mitigating the impacts of climate change, but also promoting adaptation, but also restoring a lot of the ecosystems that are currently collapsing. I think it's really important that we give more prevalence towards nature, financing nature-based solutions, including oceans in our NDCs as well. I think South Africa is also one of the countries yet to still do that. So, there's the solutions are there. I think that we are not in shortage of any solutions, but it's a matter of taking up those solutions. And to take up those solutions, we need more players coming to the table, but not just coming to the table, but having a voice at the table, and that voice being sort of taken up in order to ensure that we scale up the ambition that is needed to deal with the crisis that we're facing. Yeah.
Wow, okay. You're giving me a lot of good ideas here, actually, in regards to what you in South Africa are doing in terms of creating the NDCs, including youth. That's very interesting. I think in Norway we're just supposed to, answer to the hearing of the NDCs. Maybe we get some meetings, but these are some nice perspectives that I should, bring in terms of how we do that. And also the nature aspect, I think, is really, really important. And I think we talk too little about it here at COP. Because essentially, what we are talking about is nature when it comes down to it. So I think that's really important to raise. And I think we'll just, keep talking a little bit about the NDCs as we're already, in that topic. And, in terms of the outcomes or not outcomes, I guess, that we will have from this COP, we don't know yet. But how do you think, what happens here is going to reflect in the NDCs that countries will deliver early next year?
Yeah, I think I would just repeat the points that I just said about, making sure that we include young people, vulnerable groups in that process, but not just inclusion for the sake of it, but meaningful inclusion. But also, I think the issue, of course, of loss and damage, as I had mentioned, there was a lot of divergent views in the room about, so the biennial transparency report, I think, they include adaptation, but loss and damage should also be included there, especially now that there's a fund in order to track the progress of implementation. And then also, make sure that we include that in the NDCs as well. Of course, loss and damage reporting is a very big problem currently. And I think there's a lot of sort of advancement that needs to be made, especially on reporting on, non-economic losses. The technical sort of capacity of developing countries in order to do that is also something that is very important. So I think, including loss and damage in our NDCs, including oceans in our NDCs, and making sure that young people are in the room to not just, participate, but have a say in how we move forward. And I think, one ways in order to do this is to, have sort of dedicated sort of offices where young people can do that. Because, the capacity is there. We're not in shortage of capacity of young people that can, do the work. but often they're not being given the attention in the room that they should be getting. And as much as, a lot of strides are being made, as I had said, in getting young people into the room, to the table, there's a lot of steps that need to be taken in order to make sure that is meaningful, and not just to tick the boxes and say we've included young people without them having a real say in how we move forward. So I think, that would be my biggest priority in the NDC moving forward as well. But I think also having a conversation amongst ourselves as young people, sharing experiences and perspectives, and how we can better the process as we move beyond COP. But of course, we need the means of implementation, the finance, the capacity building, and the technology in order to do all of those things. And I think that's lying at the hands of this COP. Hopefully, the presidency is able to come out with that more ambitious decision, and all parties come to the table to sort of cooperate and come out with a hopeful decision. Not just for this COP, but for the people back at home that we're all, I would hope, are here for.
Yes. And I think we will get in touch, because I want to hear more about what you're doing in terms of your NDCs, and I think that's really important. Lisa, how about you?
I think I wanted to come a bit back to your point about nature and climate, because as the Danish youth delegates, we both participate in the COPs under UNFCCC, but also under biodiversity. So that means that we are trying to see the interlinkages between these two. And I can tell you, if you didn't know, that on biodiversity there is a specific negotiation track on biodiversity and climate. So they are very much looking into the interlinks and try to make sure that it doesn't harm each other and how we can support each other. I think these UNFCCC process should be inspired by that, and also have a negotiation track specifically on biodiversity. But one thing that this person shouldn't get inspired of from the biodiversity process is how these national action plans have been reported, because when we started the COP16 in Colombia a few weeks ago, it was also the idea that all parties should hand in the same, like equivalent to the NDCs ahead of that COP. And when we started, only 28 parties had successfully done that and handed in these plans. So that was a big failure, and I hope that we will see something else before coming to COP30, that people actually have managed to make their national plans and to live up to the commitments that we made. But if I remember correctly, the commitment is to hand it in before 1st of February. And I know in Bonn, a lot of parties said, it's really important that we keep this deadline and we make ambitious NDCs and we hand them in well in advance. But what I hear right now is that most parties will not be able to do that. And I think that's a big problem. And of course, it also has a lot of things to do with these negotiations about finance, because if you don't have the finance, how can you make NDCs, especially coming from the global south? So of course we should recognize those interlinks, but I really hope that these NDCs will be ambitious and that people will not fail in delivering them on time, because that will also just create the mistrust ahead of COP30. Because of course NDCs are important. That is the only way that we can make country-driven progress, right? The Paris Agreement has a goal of keeping us under 2 or 1.5 degrees, but the only way that we can ensure that we actually do that is by these NDCs and the bottom-up process. So of course it's very important. And I just hope that the parties will succeed in making these. At least we will keep on pushing the EU to make theirs. I don't think they will be able to do it before the deadline, but hopefully they will do it, and it will be ambitious. And I also really like your comments about having youth included in the NDCs. We are not that good in EU either, so maybe that's also something we should look into. I know that there are some actors who are trying to push EU to get climate education into the NDCs, and I think that's also a really good component, because one thing is the action that we can do, but of course in order to support future action we need to have awareness and education about what this means and how we can actually do something, and education on what types of action we can do instead of only talking about the crisis, because I don't think that creates any motivation or any action. So I think that's my thoughts on the NDCs.
Yeah, very good reflections. I also think, unsure about if we'll be able to deliver in time. Don't know about that, and it's not good. But we keep pushing, at least as young people, and we keep pushing for an ambitious NDC as well. Uchenna, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, it's just to add to what they've said. So we need to emphasize more on participatory inclusion, not just for the sake of including young people to make up the room. Have them also contribute expertise, contribute strategy, and also being carried along regards to implementation of these things. And for the NDCs, it's all tied to. It's mostly tied to finance. We talk about ambitious NDCs all the time. It's good. It sounds nice, but how far are we in the implementation of these NDCs? We've had countries shift the goalposts to 2025, 2030, and it just keeps extending. So when exactly are these countries going to meet the target? So basically, it's a design of small to the whole. Because we're saying we're trying to keep it at 1.5. Great, fine. It's not all-encompassing. It's bits and pieces from each of these countries, and it all boils down to how these countries are able to implement their action plans, which obviously would look nice on paper, but how, in the real sense of it, how are they implementing these plans? How are they pushing to, get this NDCs met? So it's a whole lot, and we hope that this COP, the finance COP, does not kill expectations. We hope that they are able to commit finance and then also bring out the money and send to the people who need it. Because basically, like he said, vulnerable groups, people just speak about developing countries, but within these developing countries, we also have some vulnerable groups, that are indigenous people, women, children, and all. So these people, as we keep dragging, they are already disproportionately affected by the impact of climate change. So as we keep stretching the time, it has significant impact on their lives, everyday lives. So the earlier we get it right, the better for all of us.
Yeah, and I think, now coming to the end of this COP as well, I feel like it's always like this, in a way, that in the end we're left with implementation. How are we going to actually put into action the things that we're deciding here? And I think you're raising a really good point, that we need to see action. Yeah, we need our NDCs, but we need to actually see some progress being made in terms of this. And I think now we are getting close to an end here, and maybe some people are like, ready to check out the new text, which I think hasn't come yet, but maybe it's there soon. Who knows? But I thought, we could end with just some key takeaways from you in regards to this COP and being here as a young person, and how you're feeling, I guess, because last panel we also had raised the issue that we as young people are feeling real grief and dread because we're afraid of what's going to happen. So if you could maybe give just some short final remarks to that.
I think I'm more afraid than ever, maybe. I think we've seen, as we also talked about in the beginning, like the climate disaster is not only something that harms the global south anymore, it hits all of us. And I kind of thought that will make people act. Unfortunately, we haven't seen that, even though all of our news in Europe was, bumped with these pictures from Valencia, seeing how badly it looked down there, and the big disasters harming them. So I think I'm getting really afraid that even though we should be able to realize how big of a crisis we're standing in. We still have negotiations that doesn't come anywhere. But I think I also feel a big responsibility of, the decisions we get or not get here is also something we need to spread to the rest of the world. So also when we talk about the NDCs, hopefully when the NDCs are made, I think we also need to use some energy on translating that and all other UN processes and decisions to our fellow young people and other generations as well, and in that way, spreading the word and spreading the things that people have agreed on in UN, and use that to push our own governments, our own politicians, and say, hey, you made a decision that you, for example, want to transition away from fossil fuel energy systems as they agreed last year. So we also need to push our governments on actually doing and implementing and delivering on what they have decided, and we need to do a translation work in order to mobilize enough people to actually get that through. So I think the topic of translating whatever is happening here to the rest of our generation and other generations is what's coming up next for us.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Actually, before I came down here, our minister, we're sitting at the delegation office, and he made himself a little word list translating what UN language means in very simple words. I'm not gonna retranslate that because you probably won't want to hear it. But anyway, Sisu.
Yeah, I think just to add on the communications of the climate crisis, it's a very important point. I think back at home we're exploring how we can use art, especially as a tool, in order to do that. I think art is there's a lot of potential to make people feel, because that's, I think, at the end of the day, we're humans, and as humans, unfortunately, our brains are wired to not really perceive threats that are very far off in the future, as big as the threat may be. So I think art has a very special role to play in sort of bringing that and communicating that. And I think what I really appreciated here is, and every other COP is, there's always art around the room that you can appreciate that tells a story. And so I think in bringing more people to the table, I think art has a very significant role to play. But also just, I think how I'm feeling about the COP in general, I'm feeling looking forward to the text, that is about to come out. I'm feeling very nervous at the moment as well. Also very sick. There's something going around this week. I don't know what's going on.
You're not the only one.
But yeah, hopefully, I get better before I get back home. But yeah, looking forward to the text, and also just going back home. And I think as I said, we need to do multiple things at once. We need global processes like these, because as the head of delegation from Sweden had mentioned, without the COP, there's no other space for us to hold each other accountable. And so we need the COP, but then at the same time, we need ambition, but also we need to do work at the local level as well. And so I think, those bottom-up approaches that you were talking about are, very important. And there is work that is already being done at the local level. So I think just, sort of scaling that up and, sort of working together a bit more on, pressing issues related to adaptation, especially. I'm from a township in South Africa called Soweto. Trevor Noah is also from Soweto, if any of you know Trevor Noah. So that's the township that I'm from. Trevor Noah was actually my neighbor back in the day. Just kidding. But, I think sort of building resilience in the townships, adaptation is something that is crucial. And of course, this is something that is separate to the conversations of finance that are going on, because that is, sort of additional finance that is needed at the local level to be mobilized by different players. So I think, looking forward to going back and sort of, working together with people back in my country, but also at multiple levels, at the global level, at the regional level as well, just building those connections together to build the resilience. Because I think, we can talk about adaptation, not adaptation, but mitigation being something that we need to do by 2050, 2030 or whatever. But adaptation is something that we need right now. We cannot wait to adapt to the impacts of climate change that are already happening. So I think that's the key that I'm sort of looking forward to continue doing, because it's already happening back at home, and scaling that up as well. Yeah.
Preach to that. I'm also an adaptation enthusiast, so I really align with what you're saying here, and I think it's key. Okay, Uchenna, some last final remark.
Well, it's the general feeling in the room. People are disappointed, but we hope that the expectations that a lot of us came with at the start of COP would not be totally, cut short. Yeah. So basically, also I agree with the idea of having more local community engagement. We have young people doing a lot. We have a lot of our local solutions, local-based solutions, mitigating climate change, tech-based. So I think we should also advocate for more support for such initiatives, and so that they can scale up and, expand the impact range. Essentially, because every time we come to COP, not everybody makes it to COP. But when we go back, I think the best thing would be to also do like a step down to local communities, peer groups, and local initiatives to explain some of those processes and the decisions, and also see how we could put our heads together, local communities, local solutions, to just keep it going. Yeah.
Nice. I think that's a good way to sum it up. I guess I would say, from what I've heard in this panel today, we are disappointed. We have a tiny bit of hope to maybe be surprised with the new text. We don't know. But most importantly, we're going to keep pushing as young people, and we're going to work for local solutions, and we're also going to put our heads together and come up with good ideas and work for those. So I think that's that. Huge applause to this amazing panel.